Hey guys, good now afternoon. It's 12:46. Thanks for tuning in to 6 Plus. Our Facebook, we're under a weather impact alert. We've got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning, the first one of the day for central Texas anyway. I think actually all of Texas. The one east of College Station near Huntsville is non-severe. You can see potentially quarter-size hail, some gusty winds near Goldthwaite, Hamilton right now. Let's zoom straight into it. The particular cell that got the severe thunderstorm warning, that is until 1:30 this afternoon. So for the next roughly 45 minutes or so, is right near Evant. This is near Highway 84, 281, and 36. So highly not recommend traveling if you are between Gatesville and Hamilton, Jonesboro as well. But especially Evant right now catching the brunt of it just to the west of there along 84. Now all of this orientation wise is moving from southwest towards the northeast. So eventually going to kind of follow the same track as this non-severe storm that looks to be weakening near Clifton right now. I'm seeing some pretty heavy returns as well near the Evant area. So I would say not only are we dealing with a hail risk, which quarter-size hail is radar indicated by the way, we're seeing quite the punch being packed in terms of some gusty winds. And then of course it looks like there's quite a bit of lightning. I do have that indicator turned on. Also some very heavy pockets of rainfall. When you start to see the deeper reds, the purple returns on both of these cells, including the severe warned cell right now, that is potentially some torrential downpour. So we needed the rainfall. We're getting it. Unfortunately now we do have this severe thunderstorm warning again. If you're just tuning in, first warning of the day. This particular cell that is warned, it is potentially there just to the west of the town of Evant, seeing some quarter-sized hail. So if you're in that area, you know anyone who is moving in towards Hamilton County for the time being, I think probably for the next 20 or so minutes. If you are in Evant, you definitely don't want to head outside, but we want to know what you're seeing if you are in this area. If you are to the south of Hamilton, if you are to the northwest of Gatesville, if you're in Clifton, you would be up next for this here in the coming hours. You could see that potentially the same cell that is severe warned until 1:30 is at Jonesboro by about 1:35 or so, Cranfill's Gap by about 1:50 or so. So this is the timing as this cell does track at a pretty good pace from southwest to northeast, potentially at Whiteway right at 1:30. So right now it is 12:49, just so you know. This cell is just to the west of Evant, and there's a little bit forming behind it as well. And then there's also a non-severe cell that is leaving the area right now, headed towards Hill County. So again, the severe thunderstorm warning is radar indicated, potentially some hail upwards of about an inch or so. That is what triggered this warning. Also some gusty winds at times. All this activity, and this is the non-severe warned cell right here, basically between Clifton Meridian and Cransville's Gap. It has likely some pea-sized hail, so a little bit smaller, moving towards Lake Whitney. You can see eventually towards Hillsboro here in the coming hour or so. But again, the main thing being definitely advising for you not to be traveling over the next hour or so. This particular cell that is severe warned is near Evant right now, just to the west of there. The heaviest returns and potentially the hail core. It is going to be moving, continuing to go from southwest to northeast, eventually towards that same cell that you can see right here is weakening near Clifton. Rock House School also slated to be to you right when this does eventually expire. We'll see if it holds together. A lot of these cells that I've been watching here over the past few hours or so will start to peter out after about 45 minutes an hour. So I wouldn't be surprised if the severe warning doesn't make it until 1:30, but the thing going against us here is that we're reaching more peak instability as the afternoon rolls on. A little bit more instability to tap into. So we'll see what ends up happening if the warning does expire or ends up being reissued at the 1:30 mark. But you can see very heavy rainfall near Clifton Meridian right now, moving towards Lake Whitney, eventually towards Hill County, Hillsboro on the I-35 corridor. That is the non-severe storm. The severe storm is the one right behind it, again near Evant right now. So you're good to go in Adamsville. If you're at Gatesville, you should be good to go. This is going to stay outside of you. You see the yellow box there that I'm kind of circling. It is eventually going to move in this direction where the cone is. So storms are kind of doing what we call training right now, where they're moving over the same areas over and over and over. Since I was on air at 11, we've had several storms stretching basically San Saba all the way to Clifton, eventually about to be Hillsborough. So that's kind of where our line has been situated thus far, at least for central Texas. But first severe warning of the day, again, potentially seeing some quarter-sized hail, gusty winds out there. Moving into Hamilton County as I speak, away from Goldthwaite and San Saba. So again, it's kind of this line from San Saba to Clifton and about to be to Hillsborough, where we're seeing the severe thunderstorm warning, the other two cells right behind and in front of it. There's another one forming near San Saba right now, moving away from you towards the severe warn cell. And then we have some more activity on radar. I wanted to zoom out and show you. For other areas, it's quiet here in our central counties, Bell, McLennan, where a lot of the population is kind of in a hole between things, for the time being anyway. We'll see if more ends up popping up here in the coming hours or so. You could see a little bit of breaks in the clouds, I will say, nearly in passes towards the Texas Hill Country. If we start to see more breaks in the clouds, start to potentially see some more that is forming off towards our southwest that could move into our central counties, but that's what we're watching for into this afternoon. If it's going to continue to be the line that we're seeing, where there's some backbuilding, some more storms that are forming out there from basically San Saba to Hillsborough, if we're going to see some more developments in our central counties or not. And then also into the Brazos Valley secondary area we've been following that has been more light of rainfall outside of our viewing area towards Huntsville. We've had a non-severe thunderstorm that was just below the threshold of getting a warning and moved outside of our viewing area, so non-issue for central Texas. Let's zoom out even further. I've got cloud cover fully on now, so you could see, starting to see some holes in the clouds here and there. We do have the low level moisture, some instability in the mid levels as well, so watching potentially for some cells to form. You see that right there near Johnson City, way outside of our viewing area for the time being. But we're going to continue to watch towards the southwest, see what ends up forming. You could see some more light rainfall just outside of our viewing area, but it's basically the axis right now of instability that has been causing things to pop anyway, has basically started in San Saba for several hours now, and then things are drifting from there. Hillsborough, I would say 1:30, 2 o'clock, you're catching the brunt of right now what is the severe warned storm. You can see really good returns now near Evant, even more so actually than what I was seeing. So I'm going to step off in a second and turn on a couple of indicators and kind of dig further into this particular cell. But this is the non-severe storm. It actually looks like it's weakening a little bit as it does approach Lake Whitney and the surrounding areas near Meridian, Clifton. Highly advised against travel along Highway 6 as well as 36 right now for the lunch hour. A lot of folks out to lunch, things of that nature. But yeah, this cell looks like it's actually weakening as it approaches Hill County. The cell that's severe warned right now, again, timing on that, up to quarter-sized hail, some gusty winds, is right near Evant for the time being. Eventually going to be near Jonesboro, Rock House School, White Way at 128. You can kind of see the timing on that. Turned on a couple more towns there so you can see. Now a lot of this is ranch land, some more rural type of areas, but there's also some town cities that will be impacted. But major roadways, I will say, 281, 84, 36, all being impacted by the severe storm as well as the surrounding storms here in the coming hour or two. So certainly something to continue to watch. When you see right there where it's that kind of hot pink, that's the heaviest rainfall that we can see. So I think that's potentially where the hail core is just to the north of the town of Evant right now. So definitely going to continue to watch that. See, and this isn't really picking up too much hail right now. But we'll see if that continues to be the case. I'm going to zoom in even more to this particular cell that is right near event. See if I can't look at a couple of things here and see where this hail core is situated. And again, the severe thunderstorm warning is going to be valid for the next roughly 35, 40 minutes. 35 minutes now. It expires at 1:30. Again, if you're just tuning in, we're kind of just looking inside this storm, seeing potentially if there is any hail. I'm going to see if I can get the lightning indicator off here. They've kind of changed the box slightly here on this image as well. And right behind it, you can see another cell trying to form, but it is much less than what we're seeing here near Evant that is headed straight towards Highway 36, Jonesboro, which is between Gatesville and Hamilton, actually near the women's prison, just to the northwest of there. So again, a lot of ranch land, but also a major highway that will be impacted here in the coming hour or so. I'm interested to hear, folks at home, what you're seeing, if anything. I'm going to turn lightning off here on purpose so that we can see a little bit better. Okay, with lightning off, it's a little more clarity here. That's definitely the hail core to the north of Evant, right dead centered at 281. Right now it is 12:59. Jump back on here and show you. I turned lightning off on purpose. It was kind of difficult to decode potentially where the hail core is. I turned on a parameter trying to dig into the storm, and it wasn't pulling up the core like I wanted it to. But I could tell you, just knowing satellite radar well and how to read these images, it's right here. So if there's quarter-sized hail falling, it's right here to the north of Evant, right dead center at 281. So Evant to Hamilton over the next 30 minutes, but especially even further towards the northeast, highly recommend for you not to be outside if you can avoid it. Get your car under something if you are towards Jonesboro along 36. Wouldn't travel Gatesville to Hamilton over the next hour. Turnersville, you could get clipped by this. I think it's going to stay just to your northwest. And then eventually, though, could impact Clifton, that is getting a non-severe storm right now. Right behind it is the one that potentially has some pocket change or even quarter-sized hail, goes radar indicated. And I will see what the Weather Service is saying about this as well. Sometimes they'll indicate, whether they're going to let something expire, if it's strengthening, if it's weakening from their perspective as well. Some folks are sending me pictures that potentially there's some dime-sized hail just under that 1-inch threshold, which would be quarter-sized hail in Bills County. So it makes sense that they would trigger this severe warning for potentially quarter-sized hail. And that's really all the chatter I'm seeing right now. So again, the one cell that potentially is could cause some issues is just moving out of Event. Now, if you're in the town of Event, you're now good to go. It's moved just to your north, headed away from 281 towards Highway 36. Turnersville, you're up next, but especially if you are to the northwest of there. It's this little area, almost like a golf ball, that potentially there's quarter-sized hail falling. We're getting viewer images right now of some penny, pea-sized, and dime-sized hail that is falling in Mills County, so wouldn't be surprised if we're getting some more images that are closer to that quarter-size severe thunderstorm warning threshold type of hail. In Clifton, you just got clipped by this non-severe thunderstorm, but up next you're going to be very close to this hail core that potentially does have that larger than pea-sized type of hail. That's also some really heavy rain that is falling, I will say. To see this deeper, like hot pink color right here. The yellow, so you see the greens, that's either the anvil of the cloud not even hitting the ground, or very, very light rainfall. You start to see the yellow returns. That's a more moderate, steady rainfall. Orange, you're getting heavier. You see the reds, that is a downpour. You start to see the hot pinks. That's that torrential downpour and potentially picking up some hail. Just very heavy of returns when you see the hot pinks there, just like you're seeing along 281, but just leaving 281 right now, kind of in a ranchy private land, likely away from roads, so that's good news, but headed towards Highway 36 right now, so we'll be there probably here shortly near Jonesboro. It's now 1:03. This warning expires at 1:30, so I think it'll be near Jonesboro, the women's prison to the northwest of Gatesville. I think it'll miss that area, be closer to Jonesboro, and you see they keep moving this box. They tightened it a little bit just now. So you can see where this cone is, but really it's the northern half of that that's going to get that hail core. So mainly now to the south of Hamilton. Returns are still good as it updates, holding to see, does this end up kind of petering out like the one ahead of it did? Did this kill a little bit of the instability, this thunderstorm that moved through that's non-severe that's now near Clifton? Or is it going to hold together this hail core as it does make its way across Highway 36 and then towards a more populated area, Clifton, Lake Whitney, upwards of Hillsboro here in the 1 o'clock hour? Because it's 1:05 now. We have 25 minutes before this cell. Either they will reissue the warning right at 1:30. We'll know right ahead of that happening, or they'll decide, you know, it looks like the hail core fell apart for the time being. We're going to let the warning drop off as it does travel from southwest to northeast, but it's holding together pretty well right now. I'm seeing some pretty good returns. Now, this isn't a very big hail core from what I'm seeing, by the way. It looks relatively small. So very interested. We love it when we get your viewer images. You can send them on Facebook. Also, KCEN TV.com, our website. Also, weather at KCENTV.com is email that our whole weather team will see it. The National Weather Service is now, they've kind of tightened this and also updating the counties here. Coryell, Hamilton counties until 1:30, talking about potentially some damaging wind gusts. So that's not surprising at all today. Winds are going to be a story over the next 24 hours. If we see 58-mile-an-hour wind gusts, whoop, we're right over that threshold for a severe thunderstorm warning. And so Hamilton, Coryell, but I will say if you're in Coryell County, this is the line right here. It is almost 100% in Hamilton County. You can see Jonesboro to Hamilton is catching the brunt of it. If you're in Gatesville, you're fine. So that box, usually they're pretty good about knowing where your cell phone's at and where you're at. These days, used to be they just warn the whole county and you could be way away from the storm and you still got the warning. But if you are in Gatesville, you're fine. You're not going to get this cell headed towards you. It's headed away from you towards Clifton and the surrounding areas. So again, it's Hamilton and the surrounding areas. Now, if you're in the town of Hamilton and wondering about potentially where this hail is, where this wind is that potentially is, Weather Service put out language about potentially high enough to cause for some down lines, things of that nature, small damage. It looks like the town of Hamilton will mostly be spared of any of that. It is going to be more towards Jonesboro and just to the southeast of Hamilton. You can see right where I'm pointing is the heaviest of rainfall, probably the small hail core, probably also where the highest winds are. So for Coryell County, it is just this little swath right here that you could barely get clipped. The great majority of it is southeastern Hamilton County here. Moving away from Evan, I will say, we were talking about Evan, it pretty quickly moved away from you. It is now basically directly to the southeast of Hamilton, right on Highway 36. So basically the Weather Service was just dropped Mills County because it moved away from there. It's now primarily just southeastern Hamilton, northwestern Coryell, but I will say again, if you're in Coryell County, it's right on the county line of you in Hamilton, which I know that area so well. That's a ranch area. But if you have somewhere you're traveling to or you live on a county road right on the county line, yes, you can be clipped, catching the brunt of this with the high winds, potentially some downed wires, things of that nature. And again, any damage that occurs, whether it be wind or hail, would be right here where I'm pointing, where the heavier returns are. So right on the county line there. But if you're in Clifton, I'd say round about 140, 145 is when this is going to get to you. So you definitely want to watch this. It can fall apart between now and then, and several of them have over the past few hours, but it could also continue to hold together. So I'll hop off of here in a second, and at 1:30 I'll reassess if they end up re-upping this warning. Basically, they'll issue a brand new one. They'll update the counties, things of that nature, and they're watching this closely there at the Weather Service, but we're watching it closely here as well. We're actually about to have 3 meteorologists in-house here in the next 45 minutes, so excited to have a busy afternoon here in the weather department, but definitely want to keep you guys safe. It's never fun to hear about potentially damaging winds or hail that could cause issues. So again, southeastern Hamilton between now and 1:30 county, northwestern Coryell, but really only if you're on the county line. If you're in Gatesville, you're fine. It is Jonesboro to Hamilton catching the brunt of it, but eventually to the north of Turnersville and past 1:30, if they do reissue this warning, Clifton surrounding areas, you could be up next for seeing quite the punch in terms of gusty winds coming down, as well as potentially some pocket change to quarter-sized hail too. So that's the 1 o'clock hour. We're going to continue to watch this. Also watching for any new cells that potentially can develop in our western counties. There's actually a higher threat in our eastern counties later this afternoon. So I think the threat's eventually going to shift further east as the hours roll on into this afternoon. Just one last look here. You can see there's the severe warned storm. You can also see, for the time being, Brazos Valley, quiet. East Texas, no severe storms. But our front is out west. As it gets closer, we reach peak instability. You start to see some more breaks here in the clouds. I do think we potentially see a few more storms popping up on radar. The threat shifts from west to east as the afternoon rolls on. peaking, say you're on the I-35 corridor, we may end up seeing nothing. It may all stay west, and then we see some isolated storms near I-45 this afternoon, or we could see some of this activity floating more here, some more developments towards the southwest, and we're seeing it more in our populated areas for the time being. Again, it's southeast Hamilton, northwestern Coryell, right on the county line, headed towards Lake Whitney Meridian, surrounding areas here in the coming hour. Eventually Hillsborough. Hillsborough, if you are in Hill County, I'd say you probably have 30 minutes. You're going to get a non-severe storm, and then we'll see if this holds together to reach you, or if it starts to kind of peter out and fall apart here in the coming hour and a half or so. So again, this warning, it will expire in roughly 20 minutes. I bet you we know in about 15, are they going to reissue a downstream warning, or are they going to go ahead and let this drop off because it looks like the winds are lower, no hail core type of thing. So just something we're watching, but that's what we're looking at into this afternoon. The window already began. The weather impact alert is here, obviously. When are we not going to be worried about this severe weather and thunderstorm activity? Around dinner time tonight. Things are going to end from west to east. So a lot of this, areas that are getting the brunt of it right now, this is it for you. It's going to start to shift more east, and then east of 35 by late afternoon probably. I will be on air at 5. Chief Meteorologist Matt Farrell on air at 6 o'clock this evening. We'll also be doing updates here on 6 Plus and on Facebook. So we'll let you know if any other warnings pop up and what ends up happening here at 1:30. If they basically reissue a downstream warning, or if they let this expire out. But thanks for tuning in. Also, please send us your pictures if you have pictures of wind damage or hail, because that's one of the best ways that we can know what's going on out there. Hey guys, hopping back on quickly here for just a few minutes. There is a severe thunderstorm warning. Winds up to 60 miles an hour, hail core, very small one, but I'll zoom into exactly where it is, potentially up to an inch size hail, triggered severe thunderstorm warning for both. You can see regionally calm and quiet with the exception of this line from basically San Saba up to Hillsborough now. And that's where the main show has been throughout the morning hours until now. The Brazos Valley, some light rainfall. Other than that, calm and quiet, just cloudy skies. You can see Clifton in particular, if you've got friends there, if you live there, I would highly recommend the next 30 minutes or so trying to stay indoors, away from this thing. That's where the hail core is, exactly in Clifton, headed towards Lake Whitney, eventually Hillsborough here in the coming hour or so. Severe thunderstorm warning for Bosque County until 2:15 p.m. So this started out down in eastern Mills, northwestern Coryell, southeastern Hamilton counties, now Bosque. That is the Clifton area. Meridian, you're not getting the hail as much, maybe pea-sized. You are potentially getting some winds up to 50 miles an hour, but also some very heavy rainfall, I will say. And this isn't the first cell that it's made its way through this area. There was another one right in front of it that has since kind of started to weaken. Speaking of weakening, this particular cell that is severe warned has weakened significantly since it was an event. So it is a teeny tiny hail core there that I was just looking at right at the city of Clifton. So impacting Clifton right now, 148. It is this severe cell with potentially, again, up to quarter-sized hail, up to 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts is going to be near Lake Whitney by 2:26. So in the next 20-ish minutes or so, you could see Hillsborough by 2:50. It is now 1:48. So you've got 1 hour for Hillsborough until this cell, if it holds together. Highly unlikely that by then it has still got quarter-sized hail, but we will see if it holds together or not. But again, you can link these areas right here when potentially it gets to you. So from Clifton to Hillsborough over the next hour, we do have this severe warned cell. We'll see if they keep the warning until then. It is set to expire 2:15 again. Let's zoom in and look. Turn lightning back on. You can see towards Laguna Park, Lake Whitney right there. Towards Hillsborough over the next hour is where this cell is traveling. So when you see the hot pink returns, that is a torrential downpour. That is where the hail core is situated. If we are seeing hail that large, and again, the largest we'll see is a quarter or so. Been seeing some viewer images of pea to dime sized hail, so interested to see if there's anything any bigger than that, or if it's staying just under that threshold. You can also see Meridian getting some very heavy rainfall right now. All of this moving from southwest to northeast, by the way. It's been that same orientation throughout the morning hours and now in the afternoon, and going to continue to be that way. So I-35 have been corridor has been spared thus far, and a lot of us likely stays that way through this afternoon. It's going to be isolated cells, just like what I just pointed to. You can see San Saba, third round of rain. Now this is teeny tiny compared to what we were seeing earlier with the severe warning, but you could see potentially rain picks up, it's going to go back down, picks back up type of thing over the next hour or so. None of this is severe, by the way. The only severe warning is for Bosque. That's until 2:15. But some light rainfall near Lampasas. I was watching a cell to see if it would strengthen, actually weakened a little bit in Lampasas County. Coryell County getting a break. Again, Coryell County did have a severe thunderstorm warning. It was right on the county line, though. Didn't impact Gatesville. Gatesville, you're good to go. Some light rainfall headed in towards you, potentially some sprinkles hitting the ground, but overall it's been quiet here, I-35 corridor. All of this is picking up and heading from southwest to northeast, west to east. So what will be interesting is to see if we have further developments towards the west and southwest as this system picks up and does head towards the east. And then if the I-35 corridor is being impacted, I do think that that cell holds together enough that Hillsborough, Hill County, I don't know if it'll be a severe thunderstorm warning, but I think if it's not, it's going to be just under that threshold. So that will be interesting to see as well if they end up issuing another downstream warning or not. It's holding together pretty well right now. I'm zoomed way out, and you can see kind of where that core is right there and where the highest winds are. So new developments, San Saba County, all that moving towards Eastern Mills, just like earlier, and eventually that same line that has been from San Saba to Hill County the past few hours is where we're continuing to see a lot of the development, but starting to see more from Lampasas towards Coryell. So what will be interesting to see is if we start to see it from Bell to McLennan, or if it all stays west and then we see the isolated thunderstorms late afternoon, early evening that are more towards the I-45 corridor, because they actually have a little bit more instability, more of a threat to see the severe thunderstorms than we do today, even down towards Houston, East Texas as well. So it will be interesting to see if that holds together or not. The front did move a little bit quicker this morning than we had projected, so that will be another thing we're watching. A lot of things we're watching throughout this afternoon into this evening to see if we're going to continue to see more of this, or if this is the main show right now early this afternoon. So again, that warning for Bosque County, it's going to expire at 2:15. We'll see if they issue another downstream warning or if they go ahead and let that go. But if they do, Hill County, you are definitely up for, at minimum, some gusty winds. Small, maybe pocket chain size hail. If they reissue that warning, it could be up to quarter size. And again, there's a low end severe risk. Obviously, we've been seeing that the past hour or so, so we'll continue to see that threat through this afternoon, especially as the late afternoon and evening hours roll on. You saw that clearing line I was pointing to. We're going to clear from west to east and eventually probably just a few isolated cells that are more in our eastern counties around dinner time tonight. Then we're done with this thing. It's just going to get super cold. So if you didn't know this thus far, this surprised my husband. He was like, what? It's going to be cold this weekend? I was like, yep, I told you to take the lights down. And he didn't, and now he'll be doing it in this. Going to feel like about 32 degrees when you step out tomorrow morning. Why? We're going to have a wind chill factor. The front is going to arrive this evening. Winds are going to be out of the north, gusting up to about 25 miles an hour. So because of that wind chill factor, it's going to be feeling like around freezing by tomorrow morning. So we'll get rid of these storms and replace it with basically ushering in winter here. So you guys, again, if you have pictures, I would love to see them. My email is weather@kcntv.com. And also, you can catch us on our Facebook page. You can catch us on 6 Plus, of course. There's plenty of ways to contact us, but been seeing a few viewer images. I'd love to see more and see what you're seeing. That's how we can relay this information out. But continuing to track these storms over the next few hours, we will hop back on here in the next half hour or so.
Well, good afternoon, Central Texas. Thanks for staying with us on our live stream. Ooh, okay, the Zoom setting's a little bit off for me, so I'm going to step a little bit further back here so I can make sure I stay in the screen here. So here's what's going on out there this afternoon. We have showers and thunderstorms across Central Texas. You can see anywhere right now from Waco over towards Groesbeck, Corsicana, Hillsboro. These are the areas that are seeing some of the heaviest rain right now. We've been saying for the last few days that this was likely going to be scattered activity, and that is exactly what we're seeing out there right now. You can see anywhere from, again, Fairfield to Palestine. This is where we're kind of looking in that area to the east. That's where we could see some potentially stronger storms later on this afternoon, this evening. In terms of what we have going on right now, let's zoom in a couple of spots. Waco right now, you can see there is one storm just to the southeast of Waco. Again, this is not severe. There's no hail. There's no wind here. Just, again, some rain there in that area. Up towards Hillsboro, some stronger storms there. Again, scattered activity. Not everybody's seeing it right now. Not everybody's going to see it today, unfortunately. And, again, those totals still looking like they're going to be a little bit on the lighter side for most of us. Could pick up some extra rain in a couple of spots. Corsicana right now, you see some deeper burgundies in there. So that's what we have going on right now up in parts of Hill County there, as far as McLennan County and Limestone County go. Again, scattered showers. Again, nothing severe out there right now. We're not seeing anything representing hail or those very strong gusty winds we were seeing earlier when we did have that severe thunderstorm warning out to the west of I-35. In terms of the big picture here, again, a front is what's causing all this. It's going to continue moving across the area through the rest of this evening into tonight. Again, we'll continue to watch for development until that front makes it out. Like I said, some of the most concerning areas in terms of if you're looking for that severe weather, that's going to be towards I-45. There you see that marginal risk for most of us. Slight risk, though, pops in for parts of the Brazos Valley, the I-45 corridor. And then behind all this, we're going to dry out tonight. We're going to be chilly by the time you wake up tomorrow morning. Wind chill values in the 30s for several of us. And then again, we'll continue to watch this basically for the rest of the afternoon to this evening. Things speeding up just a little bit, it looks like. So it looks like we're going to get over towards that I-45 corridor a little bit quicker than we might have earlier anticipated, looking like 3, 4, 5 o'clock there by the time storms get going in that part of the world. So that's what we got going on right now. I'm going to step off the screen. We're going to continue to let the radar run, and I am going to go reset our camera view just a little bit. All right, Central Texas, thank you once again for joining us on our live stream this afternoon. Still tracking some showers across the area. Nothing severe out there right now. Remember, we did have one severe thunderstorm warning a little bit earlier. That moved across parts of Coryell County, Lampasas County, even as far north as Hillsborough, up towards Hill County there. So that's what we're dealing with right now, is just steady rain. Those severe warnings have expired, and expired about a couple of hours ago, and haven't seen a new one issued. Now, anything that happens east of I-35 and looking towards I-45 right now, there is still that possibility we could see some stronger activity, maybe some hail, maybe some wind gusts, but I think the deeper into the afternoon we get here without seeing that happen, the less likely that becomes. So the good news is we absolutely need rain. The bad news is these storms are moving very quickly, so they're not dropping a whole lot of rain, and the soil is so dry that we are likely seeing a situation where most of this is soaking in. So we do need to continue to see the rain. The good news with that, again, everything kind of has a bad news, good news connotation. The bad news is we need more rain. The good news is because everything is so dry, most of this is probably soaking into the soil. So we're not really seeing a huge flooding concern with any of these rains. So that's the good news. So let's take a look at some of the stronger cells that we're seeing right now. I'm looking down towards Fairfield. I say stronger cells. Really what we're looking at is maybe some moderately heavy rainfall there right along Highway 84 moving towards Fairfield. Richland seeing some moderately heavy rainfall there in parts of Navarro County. And again, some lighter rainfall back into Mejia there again along the Highway 84 corridor. So that's what we got going on the east side. On the west side, again, we did see some stronger storms move through parts of Bosque County, Hill County earlier. Right now, we are not seeing that. We are still, though, seeing some rain, a little bit of activity there for parts of Bosque and Hill counties there. This is going to be just to the northeast of Meridian, just to the east of Walnut Springs, north of Laguna Park, and west of Whitney. So again, all this is moving northeast. So if you're in Whitney, probably not going to get the heaviest rainfall, but you might catch a little bit of a light shower here over the next several minutes or so. In terms of the big picture here, like I said, everything's moving from southwest to northeast along this front that's still trying to move into the area here. You can see those winds out of the west, northwest behind the front. That will move in. That will bring some much cooler air as we head through tonight into tomorrow. But again, we got to get all this across the I-35 and I-45 corridors. Here's the thing. Right now, we're seeing some major breaks south of Waco here in the activity. There is still the chance that we could see some back building here, but again, the later we get into the evening, the less likely that strong storm threat becomes. Now, it is not zero, so we'll keep that in mind. But here's what our forecast looks like. Again, you're seeing that activity basically pinpointing right where we saw it on the radar. So our forecast model doing a really good job of pulling in that initial data here. And so we'll see where it takes it as we head through the next couple of hours. And it basically takes it off to the east. So the problem is if you are, say, west of the Highway 14 corridor, probably getting pretty close to done for the day. We need a little bit more rain. I don't think we're going to get it. I-45 corridor, the Brazos Valley, that's where we're going to continue to see that chance for the next few hours here as we head towards about 5, 6, 7 o'clock there before everything does tend to move off to the east as we head into the late night hours. What happens behind all that? Stronger west-northwest winds and chilly conditions as we start off our Saturday morning. We're not there yet, though. Still got to get through the rest of the afternoon. And again, there isn't a 0% chance for a strong storm or two, but you can see we're going to keep peeling this further and further east as we get through the evening here. Marginal risk in effect for the I-35 corridor. The Brazos Valley there's that level 2 slight risk. Again, when we talk about these risk categories, what we're talking about is the possibility of how many strong storms we'll see. With marginal risks, you're talking a couple of storms here or there that might have some small hail, gusty winds. Once we get to slight risks, that's where as meteorologists we start kind of taking a little bit of a deeper look. Slight risk level 2, that's where we really have that possibility of some isolated to scattered severe storms. We start talking about that 1-inch hail, the potential of those 58-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Again, marginal risk. Not usually going to see that. You're usually going to see smaller hail, some not as strong wind gusts. Again, that's why we call it marginal, because these storms are marginally severe. So a little bit of an explanation there for you on this Friday afternoon. So where do we go from here? Well, by the time you wake up tomorrow morning, temperatures are going to be in the 30s and 40s, significantly cooler than we've seen the last few mornings. When you factor in those northwest winds, it's actually going to feel much cooler. Those wind chill values, what it feels like as you step out the door, we're looking at the 20s. That's what it's going to feel like from Hamilton to Goldthwaite to San Saba. 30s along I-35, and then as you get into the Brazos Valley, where these storms are going to take a little bit longer to get through, that front's going to take just a little bit longer to get here. That's why you're going to see those temperatures feeling like they're in the 40s for the Brazos Valley for tomorrow morning. As far as the afternoon, Well, we're talking temperatures close to 60 degrees. And given that we were in the 80s yesterday, and the day before that, and the day before that, you get the picture, we're dropping significantly. And we're going to get really back to where we're supposed to be for this time of the year. Our normal for this time of year is 58. And for several of us, 58 might be where we get to tomorrow. I'm going to go mid-50s to upper 50s for your Saturday. And we're going to keep it breezy, so it might even feel just a touch cooler than that. So again, storms starting to move out of the area. The second half of the story, though, much cooler air as we get into tomorrow. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get back to our radar. I'm going to let that run, and we'll give you another update here over the next, let's say, half hour or so. So make sure you stay tuned to our 6 Plus streaming app, just in case we do see one of those storms get to be a little bit stronger for the rest of the afternoon.
All right, Central Texas, thank you for watching our 6 Plus streaming app. Yeah, we have some activity going on out here. Here's a look at satellite and radar. Most of those showers are moving further off to the east right now, but we still have some activity going on. You can see just east of Corsicana, we're seeing those moderate to heavy downpours in the form of heavy rain. If you look further south around Highway 14, around Mejia, further down Groesbeck, you're seeing still some showers out there, but for the most part, a lot of those storms are dissipating as that cold front continues to move into our viewing area. If we look statewide, though, yeah, all of those showers are moving off further east because we have that approaching cold front indicated by those winds. But why have we been seeing all of this activity out there? It's because we have that warm moisture moving in from the Gulf as it continues to move northward, and that approaching cold front clashes together, and that causes the unsettling weather that we're seeing out there right now. So let's time it out on Futurecast for you guys right now. Friday, 4 p.m. Yeah, most of the showers are moving off to the east. So if you are headed off to the east, just know there is some moisture to still work with out there. You can see down there by College Station, moderate to heavy downpour. Centerville, you're dealing with some heavy rain out there too. By 7 p.m., most of us will be relatively dry. And a lot of this rain that's moving through, we definitely need, and a lot of it is going to be soaked up by the soil, considering the fact that a lot of the rain, we haven't had rain in 3 weeks or so. Here's the 8 o'clock hour. It clears out and gives way to a nice Friday evening, but it will be on the cooler side as that cold front moves through. Here's your severe weather outlook. See, we got slim chance for some strong storms. Still could produce some gusty winds, some small hail out there, but otherwise most of us under a marginal risk out there. Now, we do have a level 2 out of 5 risk the further east you go, because they're dealing with more of that warm, moist Gulf air out there, and that once that cold front moves through, it's going to heighten those chances over there. As far as that cold front that moves through, it's going to cool us down significantly tonight. You see overnight lows, most of us will be in the upper 30s. You got Hamilton at 37, you got 39 in Land Pass, 36 in Gulfway. Moving off to the east, will be a little warm because you're still dealing with that warm moisture. 50 in College Station, 47 in Hearn, 47 in Cameron as well. But not just that, because we have winds in the forecast. When you talk about wind chill factors out there, feeling a lot colder. We're talking some towns seeing upper 20s out there, 26 in Hamilton, 25 Gulfway, 30 in Meridian. So below freezing temperatures, the further west you go. The further east you go, it's going to be a little warmer out there. So just be mindful of that. Definitely want to bundle up because it's going to be cold tomorrow morning. Highs for tomorrow, though, more seasonable, where we should be for around this time of year. Most of us will be seeing temperatures in the upper 50s. You got 57 in Marlin tomorrow, 54 in Mejia, 58 in Waco, 57 here in Killeen and Temple. Here's a look at the 3-day forecast. 57 for your Saturday, so pretty decent. Nothing too crazy, but it's going to otherwise be a nice day. Sunday, 61 degrees, and then by the time we move into Monday, we'll be hanging around in the 60s. Thank you for watching.
So I'm either about to not talk for 20 minutes, or I'm gonna have to take it off right before we go on.
Governor Greg Abbott was in Kansas today to check out the future.
Ooh, I like the navy.
Thank you.
I'm good. Are they on?
Okay, we're back on max one. Okay, I guess we're already streaming, so. Hey guys, wanted to hop on here ahead of the 5 o'clock show. Tune into Channel 6, of course. We've got news at 5 and 6 coming up with all sorts of things, a lot going on. Also in the weather department. Some folks have had severe weather today, believe it or not. I know Southern Bell County where I live, everyone keeps texting me like, I heard there's storms, what's going on? I'm like, oh, nope, not for you. At my house it did not rain today, but a couple of lucky folks did get precipitation. I think we were just talking about what Waco's airport got, like I think 3/100 of an inch or something. But some folks, basically from San Saba to Hill County, Hillsborough, they saw multiple storms earlier this afternoon, right around the lunch hour. 64 feels even cooler than that when you step out right now. It did for me anyway a few minutes ago. For the great majority of the viewing area, it is just cloudy skies, waiting on that punch of cold air. By the way, it's 31 degrees in Amarillo right now. Hard to believe we're going to be feeling like 32 across central Texas by tomorrow morning with much drier air in place. Who's not dry right now? You can see on SatRad. Just a quick update because we're about to start that 5 o'clock show. It's now 4:55. But basically from north of Temple, Troy, up to Hillsborough, some very light sprinkles may be hitting your windshield if you're getting off of work or you're about to hit the roadways. Northern half of the viewing area seeing some sprinkles. You can see near Franklin, brand new cell, but teeny tiny. It's not going to last very long at any location. Also moving into College Station, non-severe storms as well. Maybe a little bit heavier of rainfall out there. And again, moving away from Hillsborough, there was a cell that was dropping what looked to be quite a bit of rain, but it has very quickly moved outside of our viewing area towards the Metroplex. Corsicana right now getting a little bit of a break, but some more light rainfall headed towards your direction. So basically Centerville to Corsicana along the I-45 corridor. Watching for any additional development. Other than that, things are a lot more calm and quiet than they were just a few hours ago when we were seeing the severe weather. A lot more on radar. You could see near Giddings potentially moving into Bryan College Station here in the coming hours, a non-severe thunderstorm if it ends up holding together. So for the great majority of us, the show is either over or gonna be here in the next 2 hours or so. Again, we're about to start the 5 o'clock show here in the next probably 2 minutes or so. So you can tune in and I'll go through what models are showing us here on the weather team. We have 3 of us in-house, by the way, this afternoon. That's exciting. But we've been refreshing the models, seeing how cold it's gonna feel in the morning, when these storms are gonna clear out more. We'll be covering that during the 5 o'clock news. By the way, live look out at temperatures. Starting to see temperatures fall already ahead of that punch of cold air. It is going to feel so cold by the time we wake up tomorrow morning. I will see y'all on the 5 o'clock.
This is 6 News at 5.
Tonight on 6 News at 5, new graphic video released from the Minneapolis ICE agent shooting. What the new video shows in the final moments before the deadly confrontation.
Governor Greg Abbott was in Lampasas today to check out the future of Post Oak Ridge State Park. We will have those details coming up.
A manhunt in Bell County. What we know about a man who attacked a DPS trooper and ran away. Ahead.
Good evening, and thanks for tuning in to KCEN. And for those of you streaming us on the 6 Plus app, I'm Lindsay Lippman. Bailey Bates has the evening off. You know who doesn't, though? Whitney Huddleston. She's been tracking our forecast, and I know a lot of people have been wondering, is it going to rain? Are we going to get some interesting weather? What can you tell us, Whitney?
You know, there was some severe weather, believe it or not. I can't believe that for January. It was